古人把最安静的水叫做止水，不是水不流了，是流得太慢，慢到你看不出来。今晚的故事就像止水一样。
The light is going out of the sky slowly, the way it always does at the close of a long day. Not all at once, but in layers. The brightest colors draining first, leaving behind something softer, something that has no name in the language of ordinary hours. A man from Luling walks to the edge of the water. He has been walking for some time. The road behind him is unremarkable, a dirt path, the usual trees, the usual dust, settling back into stillness after his passing. He is not a figure of legend. He carries nothing unusual. He has arrived at this bank the way a person arrives anywhere when they have simply been walking in one direction long enough. The river is before him now. He stops at the edge where the ground softens and the grass grows longer, bending toward the surface, the way all growing things tend to bend toward what they need. The water is very still here. In places where rivers run fast, the surface churns and breaks and shows itself constantly in motion. But this water, at this hour, in this particular place, is doing something else entirely. It is resting. The surface holds the sky's last light in a way that feels deliberate, as though the water has gathered what the sky was letting go of, cupped it, kept it. There is a pale color at the center of the river, where the reflection is clearest, something between silver and the color of old silk. Around the edges, where the bank casts its long evening shadow, the water has already darkened into a deep and ordinary blue. The man stands and looks. There is no urgency in him. This is one of the qualities the old accounts tend to notice. Not bravery, not ambition, but a certain unhurried quality in the way some people move through the world. He is not waiting for anything specific. He is simply here, at the end of a day, at the edge of water, in the way that a person sometimes simply finds himself somewhere and is not troubled by the finding. The light on the surface shifts very slightly as a small wind moves across it. Then the wind passes, and the water is still again. Further along the bank, a stand of tall grasses leans over the river's edge, their tips just touching the surface, drawing thin lines in the reflection. A bird, some water bird, low and deliberate, crosses from one shore toward the other and disappears into the shadow under the far bank. The sound it makes, a single low call, travels across the water and is absorbed into the evening air without an echo. Everything here is in the process of becoming quieter. The sky above the far bank has faded to the color of ash now, still holding a thin brightness at the very rim of the horizon, the last of the sun's consideration before it releases the world entirely to the dark. Below that rim, below the pale line where sky meets tree line, the water holds its reflection, a second thin brightness, a mirror of the departing light, reversed and deepened. You might feel, watching something like this, that light falling into water is different from light falling onto stone or soil or any other surface. Stone returns light. Soil softens it, but water takes light in and does not give it back in the same form. Something changes in the passage. The light that rests on the surface of the river at this hour has already begun to become something other than light, something quieter, something that belongs more to depth than to sky. The man from Luling notices this, or something like it. He does not have words for what he notices. He is not a poet or a scholar. The text does not say he is anything in particular. He is simply a man from Luling, which is an ordinary prefecture, a place of ordinary fields and ordinary roads and ordinary people going about the business of their days. And yet here he is, at the edge of this particular water, at this particular hour, and the stillness of the river has his full attention. Below the surface, something is already waiting. This is what the old text records, in its plain and unadorned way. Not that something terrible waits below, not a threat, not a test. The text has no interest in those kinds of stories. What waits below is a banquet hall. What waits below is a table already set, with cups already filled, and a host already present, and a great spread of food prepared before the guest had any idea that he was a guest. The surface of the water does not reveal any of this. It is simply the surface of water, holding the last light, growing darker at the edges, utterly still in the way that deep water is still, not because nothing moves within it, but because what moves is far enough below the surface that the surface itself is undisturbed. Somewhere in your body, perhaps, there is a place like this, some quiet center that goes on doing what it does, breathing, holding warmth, the slow and constant rhythm of a living thing, while the surface of you, the part that faces the day, grows still. The day has been long. The road behind you, like the road behind this man, is unremarkable in the way most roads are. Dust and light and the work of moving through ordinary time. But here at the edge of the evening, the water is still. The man does not yet know what the water holds. He will know soon. The text moves as old texts do, without extended ceremony. But for now, for this moment at the close of a day that the record does not bother to describe in detail, he is simply standing at the edge and the water is before him, and the light is going slowly out of the sky in layers. The pale color at the center of the river has softened further. It is less silver now, more the color of deep water at dusk, a blue that is close to no color at all, a shade that belongs to the hour between the last of the sun and the first of the stars. The tall grasses along the bank have gone still. The bird is long gone beneath its far shore shadow. The thin brightness at the horizon has narrowed to almost nothing, a final pale line, and even as you sense it there, it is already fading. The water holds what it holds, and the man from Luling stands at the edge, in the quiet that comes at the end of a day that has asked nothing extraordinary of him, and looks down into the river's darkening surface. And the surface looks back with the patience of something very old, something that has been waiting without impatience, without any sense that waiting is a hardship, because the place below has been prepared. The table is already set. The cups are already filled. The host is already there, in that still and lit place beneath the surface of ordinary water, waiting with the calm of someone who has never doubted that the guest would come. And the road begins here, at the edge of the river, in the last of the light. His name is not recorded. The text does not offer it, and this is not an oversight. It is the point. He is simply a man from Luling, a prefecture in what is now the southern province of Jiangxi, a region of low hills and slow water and fields that have been worked for so long they have grown soft and familiar underfoot, a place where the seasons arrive without drama, a place where a person can live an entire life in the knowledge that nothing remarkable is required of them. This is where he comes from, and this, the old text suggests, is exactly the right kind of place to come from. There is a particular quality to the people who receive great invitations in the deep stories of China. They are rarely the ones you might expect. They are not, as a rule, the warriors or the ministers, the scholars with their towers of annotated text, the magicians who have spent decades sharpening their attention on the edge of the unseen. Those figures receive other things: tests, trials, tasks proportioned to their effort. The man from Luling receives a banquet, and the difference is instructive. He has walked a road that was not remarkable. The text does not tell us how far he walked, or what season surrounded him, or whether he was on his way somewhere else when the water caught his eye. These omissions are generous. They leave room for the reader and for the listener to fill the space with something familiar: a walk after the work of the day, a path along a river he has probably walked before, or one very much like it. Dust on his shoes, the weight of the afternoon settling in his shoulders. Nothing about this walk was designed to lead anywhere. He was not seeking. He was not questing. He was doing what people in such places do at the close of a day, moving through the world at the speed the world suggests, which is slow and warm and without urgency, and the water found him. There is something in the mythological record, not just in China but in many of the world's oldest story traditions, that treats ordinariness with a kind of reverence. The great threshold is not always hidden behind a test of courage or a feat of endurance. Sometimes it is hidden behind the simple willingness to be present, to walk without agenda, to arrive at the edge of something and look into it without needing it to be anything other than what it is. The man from Luling looked at the water, and the water which had been waiting. The text implies this, though it does not say it directly. The water was ready for exactly this kind of looking. Your own breath has probably grown slower since you settled into this. Notice that. The slight change in the weight of your chest, the way the air seems to need less effort to move. You do not need to hold anything. You can let the body do what it knows how to do, which is rest, which is allow the night to arrive the way the night has always arrived, without being called, without being built, simply by continuing. This is the quality the man from Luling carried. Not wisdom exactly, not virtue in the classical sense, something quieter and more available than either of those. Call it openness, not the performative openness of someone who has read about openness and is practicing it, but the ordinary openness of a person who has no particular reason to be closed, a person who has not accumulated enough reasons to be guarded, or who has set those reasons down somewhere along the road and not gone back for them. Luling itself is worth a moment. It appears in records going back to the Han Dynasty, a mid-sized administrative center, not especially prosperous, not especially poor. The kind of place that produces good farmers and quiet merchants, and people who know the names of the local mountains and the best times to fish in the local rivers. A place organized around the recurring rhythms of work and rest, planting and harvest, morning and evening. The people of such places learn something about time that people in more urgent places sometimes forget. That most of time is simply duration, that most of living is simply continuing. The man from Luling understood duration. He had grown up inside it. He knew what it felt like to let a day pass through him, rather than pushing against it. He knew the particular tiredness that arrives at the end of a day of ordinary labor, not the sharp tiredness of having strained beyond your limits, but the smooth, full tiredness of having been present for all of it, of having moved at the right speed. That tiredness is its own kind of readiness. He stood at the river's edge carrying all of this, the unhurried life, the familiar road, the smooth, full tiredness, and the water offered him something. not loudly, not with signs or portents or the parting of clouds. The text says only that he saw a palace beneath the water. The word for saw carries no particular weight of vision or revelation. It is the same word you would use for seeing a tree or a house or a bird on a branch. He saw. It was there. He had arrived. This is the strange and gentle logic of the text. The palace was not revealed to him as a reward for virtue or as a test of his worthiness. It was simply there the way a room is there when you open a door. It was there before you opened it. It will be there after you leave. And the only question is whether you happen to be the person who opened the door on this particular evening. He was the person who opened the door, and the door was simply the surface of the water. Think of the people who are not in this story. The scholar who walked this same road last year, moving quickly, his mind turning over a problem in classical interpretation, his eyes on the middle distance of his own thought. The water was there. He did not see it, not in the way that opened anything. Think of the merchant who crossed the same river 3 weeks before, irritated by the delay of a slow ferry, counting the hours until he reached the next town. The water was there, flowing beneath him. He noticed it the way you notice a floor, as something to stand on, to cross, to get past. They are not in the story because the story was not about them, not because they were lesser, simply because they were elsewhere, in their minds on that particular day. They were not available to what was available. The man from Luling. This is the whole of his qualification. The text offers nothing further. No lineage, no practice, no earned spiritual distinction. He was from a quiet place. He was at the end of a quiet day. He was walking at the speed of a person who does not need to be somewhere else. And the river, which has its own kind of patience, its own kind of memory, recognized in him the quality it had been waiting to recognize. The warmth in your body right now, in your arms, and the long muscles of your back, in the slow settling of your legs. That warmth is not nothing. It is the warmth of someone who has come a long way today. Not necessarily in miles, in hours, in the small continuous effort of being present in the world. The body knows this kind of tiredness. It has been waiting for the chance to put it down. The man from Luling did not know that he was the kind of person stories would be told about. This is perhaps the most important thing about him. He had no sense of himself as remarkable, no interior story in which he was the protagonist of something large. He was simply himself, at the end of a day, at the edge of a river, in a province that has always been made of slow rivers and soft hills and the patient turning of seasons. He looked at the water. The palace was there, something he had not built, had not earned, had not navigated toward through any deliberate effort. Something that had been prepared without his knowledge, arranged without his participation, waiting for him with the kind of welcome that does not ask anything of the welcomed. The cups were already filled. The host was already there. And the man who was simply a man from Luling, whose name the text will not give because the name was never the point, stood at the edge of that surface and did what open people do when they find something waiting. He went in, not with ceremony, not after a period of doubt and dramatic decision. The text moves directly from seeing to entering, and this directness is its own kind of truth. When a person is truly present, truly unhurried, truly available, when they are carrying the smooth, full tiredness of an ordinary day, and not the particular rigidity of someone who needs things to be a certain way. There is very little distance between seeing and going. He saw, he went in, the water received him. and the palace which had been waiting in its still and luminous depths was exactly as it had been prepared to be. Every room in place, every corridor open, every surface catching a light that came from no source that could be pointed to. All of it already arranged, all of it already steady, because that is the nature of such places. They do not need you to arrive. They were complete before you came. But when you arrive, when someone arrives with empty hands and an unhurried step, and the simple willingness to see what is there, they become something more than complete. They become a welcome. And the man from Luling, descending now into the soft dark of the water, was already inside that welcome, already surrounded by it, the way a person who has finally lain down at the end of a long day is already surrounded by sleep. Not all the way into it yet, but held by it, the edges of it already soft against the skin, the body already giving into it, already releasing the small held tensions of the walking day, already going, and the water received him without hesitation. There was no moment of resistance, no cold shock at the surface, no gasp, no sudden awareness of weight working against him. The water simply opened around him the way a long-known path opens in the dark, familiar in some way he could not have explained, as though some part of him had always known this particular depth. He had stepped to the edge in the last of the evening light and kept walking. That is all. He had kept walking, and the water had not told him to stop. There is a long tradition in Chinese spirit lore of water that behaves this way. Not the cold, resistant water of the ordinary world, but a different kind. Water that recognizes certain people. Water that has been waiting. In the old records and the texts that catalog the world's hidden arrangements, there are accounts of crossings that should not have been possible, and yet were. A person walking into a river and continuing to walk, unhurried, the current parting softly, the depth offering no protest. The scholars who cataloged these accounts did not call them miracles. They called them passages, a different word, a word that implies a door, a corridor, a prepared route. Not a miracle, but an arrangement. And the arrangement here was this. The water knew him, or knew something about him, knew the quality he carried, that unhurried openness, that willingness to simply continue forward without demanding that the way explain itself first. Water, in the understanding of those old traditions, has a kind of discernment. It yields to what is ready to receive it, and holds back only for those who approach it with force or fear. He approached with neither. The first sensation was of softness, not wetness, though that was also there, but softness in the deeper sense, the way the air in a cedar room is soft, the way silk against the back of the hand is soft, a gentling of the world, the edges of things smoothing themselves. The light above him shifted. He was still near the surface, still in that shallow zone where the evening sky showed through as a pale, diffuse brightness. The water held the last of the day's color, something between gray and the faintest suggestion of gold, and it moved slowly around him, not pulling, not pushing, simply present. He could feel his own breathing slowing to match the pace of it. Your own breath now is doing the same thing. You can feel it, or something like it, the slow, unhurried settling of air into the body and out again, the pause between them, easy and unforced. The man descended, not plunging, not falling, descending, the way a feather descends through still air, without urgency, almost without motion, arriving at the bottom only because there was nowhere else to drift. The light changed as he went deeper. First it became even, softer, the way light behaves in the hour before full dark, spread across everything, belonging to no particular source. Then it became quieter. That is the only word that describes it correctly. The light grew quieter. There was less of it, but what remained was more concentrated, as though it had shed everything unnecessary and kept only its essential warmth. In the old accounts of underwater passage in the Chinese tradition, the quality of light beneath the surface is described with great care. One text records that the water light is the same as the light that exists before dawn, not darkness, but the absence of glare, the absence of the insistence that ordinary daylight carries. Daylight demands attention. Water light simply rests there and lets you look at it or not, as you choose. He looked at it. The pale suggestion of the sky above was still visible, a distant brightness, diffuse and soft, growing smaller as he went, not disappearing, just receding into something approximate, the way a memory recedes, not into nothing but into something gentler, something you can still locate if you want to, but no longer need to hold. Pressure then, the gentle pressure of depth. It arrived slowly, evenly, from all sides at once, not pushing him but surrounding him, the way a blanket wraps around a person who has lain down. Not restrictive, something else, something that felt strangely like being held, like the water was accounting for every surface of him, fitting itself precisely to his outline, warm where he was warm, still where he was still. The texts that describe underwater passage note this quality of pressure as something distinct from the experience of heaviness. It is not the weight of something pressing down, it is the weight of something surrounding, and that is a different thing entirely, a thing that carries rather than burdens. The sound changed too. Above the surface, even in the quiet of the evening, there had been small sounds. The movement of water against the bank, something distant in the reeds, the memory of the road. Below the surface those sounds did not disappear. They transformed. They became round, full, stretched into something slower. Sound travels differently in water. This is a thing the physical world and the mythic world agree on. Sounds arrive softer. They arrive already cushioned. A sound that above the water might have been sharp and distinct arrives below it as something smoothed, broadened. The way a word whispered through cloth arrives not as the word itself, but as the shape of it, the warmth of it, the intention of it stripped of its edges. He listened to the sound of his own breathing and found it had become this kind of sound, round, already softened, arriving to him from the inside, as though from a gentle distance. Deeper now. The light above had grown smaller, not gone but reduced to a soft brightness far overhead, the color of moonlight through paper, the color of something behind something else. And then, gradually, slowly, in the way that all important changes arrive when they are ready, rather than when you expect them, the darkness below him began to change too. This is what the records do not always prepare you for. Descending through the deep quiet, began to notice that the dark below him was not deeper dark. It was different dark. Not the dark of the closed eye, not the dark of the absence of light. Something that had its own quality, a dark that held things in it, rather than concealing them. The way the dark of a forest at night holds the shapes of trees. You cannot see them precisely, but you know they are there. You sense their presence as a kind of thickness, a warmth in the darkness that does not belong to the air alone. Something was down there, lit by nothing he could name. And he kept going, descending, unhurried, held by the soft pressure of the water. breathing in the slow, even way the water seemed to have given him, looking down into the illuminated dark below with the calm attention of someone who has been walking a long time and has learned not to rush the arrival of what they're walking toward. The weight of the day above was very far away now. The road back to Luling, the road he had walked all afternoon, the road with its dust and its ordinary length, that road was somewhere above him, in a different layer of the world. Not lost. He could have found it again, but it had become approximate, something like the memory of a direction. Still there, but no longer insistent. Your own sense of the room around you has that quality now. Still there, the weight of the body in the bed, the breath moving slow and even, the dark behind the eyes, it's all still there, but it has grown approximate. The edges of it soft, the need to account for it fading gently, like the evening sky above a man descending into still water. The light below him strengthened, not all at once, in the way that things strengthen when they have been waiting patiently, a little more at each breath, a little more at each slow beat of the descent. The dark grew warmer, and then warmer still, and then there was color in it, something between green and the particular gold of old jade, something that could not have come from sun or flame, because it moved differently than either. It moved like the thing itself was slow, like the light was thinking at the pace of deep water, diffuse and even, and without direction. He could see now something below him, not its shape, not its detail, not yet, but its presence, the way you sense the solidity of a large thing before you can see it clearly, the way your sleeping body, almost fully given over to the dark, senses the warmth of the room without needing to know the room's dimensions. Something waited below, something patient and prepared and fully itself, not coming toward him, not retreating from him, simply there. The water grew warmer as he descended toward it, and the warmth was the warmth of stone that has been sitting in afternoon sun. Deep warmth, stored warmth, the warmth of something that holds heat long after the source is gone, the warmth of welcome. He was nearly there now, nearly arrived at whatever waited below in its own light, in its own patient stillness. The soft pressure of the water was on every side of him, even and warm. The light below was growing more distinct, and in the way of all true descents, there was no moment of arrival, only the gradual, inevitable, unhurried recognition that the arrival had already happened, that the threshold had already been crossed, that he was already inside whatever this was, already past the boundary between the surface world and this other one. As quietly and as completely as a person passes from wakefulness into sleep, not at a single moment, but over the course of many small surrenders, each one softer than the last. The light below had not announced itself. It had simply been there, deepening and steadying, until the world above was no longer present as a fact, only as a memory, and a distant one at that. He stood now, or seemed to stand, on a surface that held him without effort. The floor was smooth, not the smoothness of worked stone, but the smoothness of something that had always been smooth, something that had no need to become what it already was. He looked down and the floor returned a faint, cool luminescence, the color of moonlight filtered through winter clouds. The water was still around him, not the stillness of held breath, the stillness of something that had never been disturbed. He became aware that he had been breathing all along, naturally, slowly, without effort, as though the medium itself had made an arrangement with his lungs, but he had not been present to negotiate. He breathed again, and the palace was there. It had not appeared. That would suggest a before and an after, a darkness and then a light, an absence and then a presence. It was more that his sight had adjusted to something already present, the way the eye adjusts in a dim room, until the room is no longer dim, only differently lit. The text records it simply: a palace, Gongdian, encountered beneath the water. The character for palace carries within it the sense of a space designed for habitation, for ceremony, for the long and formal receiving of guests. Not a cave, not a ruin, a place of residence, of culture, of deliberate arrangement. Someone had made this, or perhaps something older than making had simply grown it, the way coral grows, not built but accrued, one slow layer at a time, across a span of years too long to count. The pillars were the first thing he understood clearly. They rose on either side of the way before him, set at intervals that felt ceremonial, wide enough apart to walk through with ease, close enough together to define a corridor, to name a passage as distinct from mere open space. The stone of them was pale, the pale of jade when it is held to indirect light, not the brilliant white of fresh marble, but the deeper, quieter pale of something that has been held in water for a very long time. There were faint traces of green in them, not painted, inherent, the green of the deep mineral world, the color that stone takes on when it has been in communion with water across centuries. Each pillar was round, smooth to the eye, and the eye trusted that it would be smooth to the touch. There was no roughness here, no edge that caught the light wrong. The corridor they formed extended further than he could see clearly, not because it was dark, but because the light did not intensify with distance. It remained even throughout, steady, unhurried, the kind of light that asks nothing of you, that does not demand that you look harder, or move closer, or resolve what is distant into something sharp. You could look down this corridor and let your gaze simply rest somewhere in the middle distance, and that was enough. Your own breath, at this moment, is like that light, not asked to do more than it is doing, moving in, moving out, slow and even, held nowhere. The walls between the pillars were not bare stone. They were surfaced with something that gave back a faint, shifting iridescence, the quality of the inside of a shell, of the nacre that lines the innermost chamber of a thing that lived slowly in deep water. This surface did not glow exactly. It caught whatever light was present and held it, reflected it softly back, so that the corridor seemed lit from all sides at once, from the floor, from the walls, from the slight luminescence of the pillars themselves. There were no torches, no lanterns, no visible flame or source of any kind. The tradition of the aquatic spirit court, the world recorded in the section known as Qing Hongjun, the Lord of the Clear Waters, describes these spaces as neither dark nor dazzlingly lit. There is no sun beneath the water, but there is light. The old texts do not explain this as miraculous. They record it as natural, as simply the character of that world, the way the surface world has its own quality of illumination that we do not find remarkable because we were born into it. He walked forward. His footsteps made no sound, not muffled sound, not reduced sound, no sound at all. The floor took his weight and released it in silence, and the walls, smooth and iridescent, returned nothing. The corridor held no echo. He was aware of this as he moved, aware of the silence as a quality, a texture, not an absence. To walk without the sound of your own walking is to move in a way that feels less like displacement and more like passage, less like pushing through a space and more like being carried through it gently at the pace that the place has decided is appropriate. The corridor opened, gradually, not abruptly, into a wider space, a receiving hall, or something that served the function of one. The ceiling here was higher than could comfortably be measured. He did not look up with urgency. He simply registered that it was there, far above, and composed of the same pale material as the walls, the same soft luminescence distributed evenly, as though the stone itself had learned to emit the light it had absorbed over long years of quiet storage. There were alcoves along the walls of this hall. Within each alcove stood objects he could not immediately name, not because they were strange, but because they were still. A vessel of dark stone, a length of cloth the color of deep water, something that might have been an instrument, a form he recognized in its general outline but could not quite resolve into specifics, as though the light or his own slowness was giving him only the essence of things and leaving the details for a different kind of attention. He was not alarmed by this. He found, in fact, that he preferred it. The way things sat at the edge of full resolution, and asked nothing more of him than to notice their general presence, their shape, their quiet occupation of space. Further in there were doorways. The doors were not closed. They stood open, each one an invitation to another corridor, another room, a further depth of this palace that extended. He understood this now, the way you understand the size of something in darkness, without fully seeing it, in all directions, through walls and passages, and chambers too numerous to be surveyed in a single visit or a single lifetime. These rooms had been here before he arrived. Long before. Not waiting exactly. Waiting implies a kind of effort, a readiness held in tension. These rooms simply were. They had been this way for a time that had no useful number attached to it. They would continue to be this way long after any visit ended, any guest departed, any evening dissolved back into the ordinary movement of things above the water. This palace did not need to be witnessed in order to exist. You feel that. Some part of you, beneath the thinking, recognizes a place that does not require your attention to be fully itself. It holds its shape whether you look at it or not. It holds its warmth. He moved through the receiving hall slowly. There was no pressure to move faster. There was, in fact, no pressure of any kind. The even warmth of the water, or whatever medium now surrounded him, now held him so gently that he had stopped distinguishing it from air, was the same on all sides. The temperature had not changed since his descent. It was the temperature of deep rest, the temperature of a room that has been warmed for hours before you enter it, so that when you cross the threshold, the warmth reaches you all at once, entirely, not gradual but immediate, and your body understands that it has no work left to do here. The text of the section known as the Clearwater Lord records that the spirit courts beneath great rivers are not merely architectural. They are governmental. They have their own protocols, their own hierarchies, their own long tradition of formal reception. The lord of such a place does not invite casually. The invitation has weight. The arrangement of a banquet in such a court is not a gesture of improvised hospitality, but a deliberate act of preparation, one that was underway before the guest set out, perhaps before the guest had decided to set out, as though the court had known what was coming before the ordinary world had arranged it. This palace, then, was not surprised by him. He walked, and another corridor opened. The pillars here were slightly darker, a richer green in the veining, a slightly deeper tone to the pale of the stone, and they were carved. not with figures or with scenes, with patterns, slow curving lines that wound along the pillar without end, without origin, without any beginning or final destination. He could have followed one of those lines with his eye for a very long time. He did not. He simply registered their presence and moved on. The rooms continued, a chamber where the walls held faint traces of color, something that might once have been paint, or might have been the natural mineral expression of the stone. A room that was darker than the others, lit only by what seemed to be the residual luminescence of its floor, so that you moved through it wrapped in a very quiet dimness that did not feel unsafe, only soft, only close. And at the far end of this room, faint and warm, a light that was different in quality from the light that filled the rest of the palace. Not the cool, even luminescence of the stone, something warmer, something that shifted slightly, the way the light of candles shifts, something that moved, gently, almost imperceptibly, in the way that light moves when it is warm, when it is alive, when it has been placed there by intention. He moved toward it. His steps were slow. There was no urgency in him. There was only the quiet pull of one who has been walking for a long time through a place of great beauty and great stillness, and who has come at last to a door through which warmth and soft light are moving, and knows without being told that this is the place the whole journey was oriented toward, that this is the room they did not mention by name because it did not need to be mentioned, because the body moves toward it as naturally as breath deepens in the last moments before sleep. He came to the doorway, and beyond it, already laid, already lit, already waiting, the great table. The great table stretched before him, and he did not move toward it yet. He stood at the threshold of the hall and let the sight arrive slowly, the way the eye must when it encounters something it was not prepared to hold all at once. The hall was wide, not vast in the way that emptiness is vast, but wide in the way of a room that has been built for gathering, for the particular warmth that exists when many things are arranged around a center, when a space has been made ready to receive. And at the center of it all, the table. It ran the length of the room. It was made of something pale, not white, not quite, but the color of still water seen from below, or the underside of a stone that has rested for a long time in a riverbed. The surface of it caught the soft light that moved through the hall, and held it, and released it again, slowly, like breath. Upon the table, already placed, already arranged, already waiting, 100 dishes. There is a phrase in the old text, Jenshu Baipin, which carries the meaning of precious delicacies, 100 kinds. The number is not meant to be counted. It is meant to be felt. 100 is the number that means beyond what you expected, more than enough, the kind of abundance that removes the very idea of scarcity from the room. He did not count them. He let them arrive to his senses one at a time. Nearest to him, a bowl filled with something pale and trembling, a broth so still that the surface of it was like a mirror. Steam rose from it in a single thin ribbon that moved upward and slowly vanished. The smell that reached him was warm and faintly sweet, like cedar bark soaked in rain, like the air just after a fire has been banked for the night. Beside it, a dish of something darker, something arranged with care, each piece placed with the deliberateness of a word chosen for its sound as much as its meaning. He did not know what it was. It did not matter. What reached him was the color of it, a deep reddish brown, and the smell of spice of something that had been cooking for a very long time over a very low heat, and had arrived at last at the point of perfect readiness. Further along the table, a plate of something that shone faintly, the way river stones shine when they are wet, smooth surfaces catching light, releasing it, catching it again. There were greens, leaves of something he could not name, but their color was the particular green of moss in deep shade, soft, cool, slightly luminous in the way of living things that thrive without direct sun. They had been dressed with something that caught the candlelight in small drops along each leaf. There were fruits arranged in clusters, pale yellow, deep red, one color he could not name at all, a kind of blue that belonged more to the underwater world than to any orchard he had ever passed. There were things wrapped in something delicate, sealed and placed with care, each one identical in its wrapping, patient and still. And running the length of the table on both sides, placed at even intervals, the cups. Already poured, every cup already filled, not to the brim, not in a way that suggested haste or overflow, but filled to exactly the point where the surface of the liquid curved very slightly, held in place by its own gentle tension. Each cup contained something different. Some were filled with something clear, some with something that carried the faint color of river water in autumn, a pale amber, a golden brown, some with something darker, the color of lacquered wood, the color of deep water on a still night. He looked at the cups for a long time. There is something particular about a cup that has already been poured. It is not the same as a cup that is waiting to be poured. A cup that is waiting to be poured is a cup of potential, a cup of future action, a cup that requires something from you. But a cup that has already been poured, that required something of someone else at some point before you arrived. Someone measured. Someone made a choice about what this cup should hold. Someone decided that you would arrive and what you would need when you did, and prepared it and set it down, and the decision was made and the deed was done, and now all that remains is the cup, full and still, waiting with a kind of patience that has no effort in it. Your breath, right now, is already slower than it was. The weight of your body against the surface beneath you is something you can feel, not pressing, not heavy in an uncomfortable way, but present, settled, the way the base of a stone settles into riverbed mud, fitting itself to the contours of what holds it. You are held. Something prepared this quiet place for you. Someone decided before you arrived that you would be here. The rest is already in place. He took a step into the hall. His footsteps made almost no sound. The floor received them gently, the same pale material as the walls, the same quality of absorbing what came to it rather than reflecting it back. There was no echo in this room. Sound arrived here and was taken in, the way deep water takes in whatever falls through its surface, without resistance, without fuss, without a mark left after. He moved slowly along one side of the table, letting the dishes pass before him. A bowl of something white as snow, perfectly smooth, with a single dark seed resting at its center. A plate of something that had been folded many times into a shape he could not quite resolve, layered and pale and faintly translucent, so that the candlelight passed through the outer layers and lit the inner ones from within. A small vessel of something that did not look like food at all. At first, it looked like a piece of the river brought indoors, dark and slow-moving, until the smell reached him, and the smell was warm and complex, and he understood that even this was prepared, even this was meant for him. Even the things he could not name had been set here with him in mind. The seats were already arranged, too. Not a line of seats along either side, not a formal arrangement of equals, but a particular placing, a specific chair at a particular position along the table. And though nothing marked it, though no sign named it, he knew which seat was his. He knew the way you know which pillow belongs to you when you return to a room you slept in before, not by thought, but by the body's quiet recognition of the place already shaped to receive it. He did not sit yet. He continued to walk. He was not counting the dishes. He was not cataloging them, not memorizing them. He was doing what you do when you walk through a garden at the end of a long day and let the color of things settle into you without requiring names. He was letting the feast arrive in him slowly, layer by layer, the way warmth spreads from the center of the body outward when you lie still in a warm room. The colors moved over him, pale gold, deep red, the quiet green of those moss-colored leaves, the clear surface of a broth still steaming, the amber of the poured cups, the white of something smooth and round and simple, and the smell of all of it together, not competing, not loud, but layered and slow, a warmth in the air that arrived before the food itself arrived, a fullness in the room that was not the fullness of eating, but the fullness of preparation, of intention, of care made visible in the arrangement of small things. The night does not need to be built. This is what the old text understands in its quiet way, that the place you are going is not a place you construct. It was prepared before you decided to go there. The darkness at the edge of sleep is not an absence waiting to be filled. It is a room already arranged, already warmed, already lit with the particular soft light of whatever it is that lives in the space between wakefulness and whatever comes after. Someone set the table. The cups are filled. The seat is placed. He came back along the other side of the table, and the dishes on this side were different. He could see that now, or perhaps the light had shifted slightly, or perhaps he was simply seeing more slowly, the way the eye slows when the body is at rest. There were things here he had not seen on the other side. A shallow bowl of something the color of moonlight, a dish of something arranged in a pattern that was almost like calligraphy, not quite characters but close, the way a river's bends sometimes resemble writing if you are high enough above them. A small plate of something dark and shining, each piece no larger than a breath. He was not hungry exactly, or rather, he was not hungry in the ordinary way, the way of the body seeking fuel. What he felt was something quieter than hunger, and something deeper, a kind of readiness to receive, a kind of openness to what had been prepared, a willingness to let the room complete what it had started before he arrived. He reached his seat. He stood before it. He placed his hands on the back of the chair, and the wood was warm, not the warmth of stone that has stored the sun, but the warmth of a thing that has been in a warm room for a long time, that has taken on the temperature of its surroundings, that belongs here in the way that objects belong when they have been in one place long enough to become part of it. The cup before his seat was filled, something amber, something that carried the particular color of late afternoon light when it falls through paper, when it passes through something translucent and arrives on the other side slower and warmer than it went in. He did not pick it up yet. He let the cup sit. He let the steam from the nearest bowl continue its slow unraveling upward. He let the colors of the 100 dishes rest in his vision without being arranged or named. And from somewhere deeper in the palace, not here, not this room, but through at least one more doorway, through at least one more corridor of pale jade and still air, a sound arrived. It was faint. It was very nearly nothing. It was the edge of a sound, the first breath of a sound, arriving from a distance great enough that by the time it reached this room, it had become something slow and round and soft, barely distinguishable from the silence it moved through. A stringed instrument played somewhere below. He did not move toward it. He was not sure he was meant to. The table was here. The cup was here. The 100 dishes, laid and waiting and still, were here. And the sound continued to arrive from somewhere deep in the palace, traveling through water and stone and the still corridors of this place that had been prepared with such quiet care for his arrival. The sound continued to move through the room like water moves through deep stone, without urgency, without destination, simply present. And then from the far side of the great hall, a figure stepped forward. He had not been visible before, or perhaps he had been visible all along, and the traveler's attention had simply been elsewhere, on the table, on the cups, on the slow arrival of that distant music. Either way, he was here now, standing at the edge of the light. The host was not tall. He was not imposing. There was no quality of power in the way he stood, or rather, there was a quality of power so old and so settled that it no longer needed to announce itself, the way a mountain does not announce itself, but is simply there, has always been there, will be there long after the names of mountains are forgotten. He moved toward the table. His movement was unhurried in a way that felt like kindness, not the slowness of age or caution, but the deliberate pace of someone who has been waiting and who knows that the waiting is now over and who wishes to mark that passage with the appropriate stillness. He stopped. He looked at the traveler and he said, "How fortunate you have come. Let us drink together. Singzitsi Dangonyen. How fortunate you have come. Let us drink together." 6 words, or near enough. The original text preserves them in exactly this form, brief, direct, entirely without ceremony, and yet within that brevity lives something that takes much longer to hear fully, the way tea expands in water, the way a folded cloth opens when it is set down and allowed to rest. How fortunate you have come, not how expected, not as arranged, not according to the plan that was laid before you arrived, before your father arrived, before the river was given its name. The word chosen was fortunate, and this is the quality of the welcome that deserves attention. Because the host already knew. The banquet was proof of that. The 100 dishes had not been assembled in haste after the traveler appeared at the gate. There was no gate, or if there was one, it had been open for longer than the traveler had been alive. The table had been set. The cups had been filled. The hall had been swept and lit and made ready in the particular way a room is made ready when the one who is coming is known and awaited. And still the host said, "How fortunate." This is the language of genuine welcome. Not the welcome of obligation, not the welcome of duty or form, but the welcome of a place that has been genuinely glad in the waiting, a place that did not prepare itself with reluctance but with care, and that now, at the arrival of the one it prepared for, can only say, "Yes, at last, how fortunate." Your breathing has grown slower. There is no effort in it now. The air moves in and moves out, and the body handles the rest, without your attention, without your guidance. The host gestured toward the seat at the table, not a commanding gesture, not even a directing one, but the open gesture of someone showing a room they love, to someone they've been hoping would come to love it too. It was an invitation, and also a sharing. This is what the text records, and it is worth dwelling on. The man from Luling was not royalty. He was not a scholar of great renown, not a general, not a holy man who had cultivated virtue across 40 years of practice. He was a man from Luling, an ordinary person from an ordinary prefecture who had come to the water's edge at what must have been an ordinary moment, tired perhaps from walking, or perhaps simply present in the way that ordinary people are present when nothing in particular is demanding their attention. And the palace was prepared for him, and the host was glad. There is a quality to this gladness that runs through many of the old accounts, not just this one. The great spirit courts of the water, the mountain palaces, the halls that appear at the edge of vision near dusk, they do not seem to welcome the extraordinary. They welcome the quietly open, the ones who are not seeking anything in particular, the ones who by virtue of not forcing their way toward something simply arrived where they were always going to arrive. The host's voice, as the old text renders it, carries no weight of demand. He does not say sit. He does not say eat now, drink now, be at ease now. He says, let us drink together, the same cup, the same table, the same hall. Not host and guest in the formal sense of those roles, with all the slight distance that formality holds between people, but something warmer, something that uses the word together the way you use it when you mean it. The traveler sat. Of course he sat. The chair received him the way a chair receives someone who has been standing for a long time, not with fanfare, just with presence, with the simple fact of being there and being solid and being the right shape. The host took his own seat, not at the head of the table, or if there was a head to the table, it was arranged so that sitting there felt like sitting beside rather than above. The light in the hall had softened since the traveler first arrived, though no lamp had been dimmed, no candle adjusted. Light in a place like this does not behave the way light behaves at the surface. It shifts according to other measures. It responds to the ease of the room, the warmth of the gathering, the slowing of a heart that has been moving quickly and is now allowed to move slowly. Somewhere in the deeper parts of the palace, the stringed instrument continued to play. Its notes arrived in the hall already rounded, already soft, as if the water and stone they'd traveled through had gently worn away anything sharp, anything that might have startled. The music was not background. It was not meant to fill silence or to decorate the space. It was simple present in the way that breathing is present. Something alive, somewhere nearby, continuing. The host lifted his cup. Not a toast, not a formal gesture toward ceremony, just a lifting, the way you lift something when it is time. The traveler lifted his own cup, and the weight of the day above, the weight of the road, the weight of the descending, the weight of crossing a threshold into a world built on different foundations than the one he knew. All of that grew lighter in the hands of the moment. It did not disappear. Weight does not disappear, but it settles. It finds its way to the bottom of things where weight belongs, and what remains above is lighter. Notice how your own hands rest now, how the places where you hold tension, the fingers, the space between the shoulders, the line along the jaw, are softer than they were when you first lay down. The body knows how to release. It has always known. It is releasing now, in its own order, in its own time. The cup held something pale. It was not quite the color of water, and not quite the color of anything else the traveler had words for. It was the color of something that had been refined very slowly over a very long time, not to remove impurity, but to concentrate stillness, as if stillness itself could be distilled into a liquid and offered in a cup. He drank. The text does not describe the taste. This is right. Some things are not described, not because the words don't exist, but because the experience belongs to the one who has it, and to describe it would be to replace it with a description. The text simply records, he drank. The host drank. The hall held them both. The music continued. The 100 dishes waited. This is the nature of genuine welcome. It does not require you to be anything other than what you are when you arrive. You arrive having walked as far as you've walked. You arrive at the hour you arrive. Not the ideal hour, not the most heroic hour, but the hour when your feet finally brought you to the edge of the water and the water opened. And the place was ready. The place has always been ready. The host, this spirit of the old water courts, this keeper of all lit by light without source, this voice that says, let us drink together, does not evaluate the guest, does not weigh the distance traveled or the worthiness of the journey. The table was set before the guest could be evaluated. The preparation came first. The welcome came first. What arrived after was simply the completion of something that had already been in motion for a long time. The hall was quiet now in the way that a hall is quiet when it is full of the right kind of presence. Not empty quiet, not abandoned quiet, but the quiet of a room that has finally received what it was waiting for. The sound of the music from deeper in the palace was still there. The warmth from sources that could not be named was still there. The 100 dishes, most of them untouched and still, were still there. And the host sat across the table, unhurried, with a patience that had no beginning, or whose beginning was so far back in the long story of this place that it might as well have no beginning, and simply shared the space. The traveler's shoulders had come down. His hands rested on the surface of the table. His eyes, which had been wide and open since the descent, had softened at the edges. The music rose, very slightly, just enough to notice, and from somewhere deeper still, deeper than the room with the instrument, deeper than the corridors of pale jade, deeper than the layers of water pressing gently overhead, something even quieter waited. The music was not loud, it had never been loud, it simply continued, a thread of sound that had been present since the traveler first stepped into the great hall, so woven into the texture of the space that his ears had registered it only gradually, the way eyes adjust to a dim room and slowly begin to see. Now he heard it more clearly, not because it had grown louder, but because he had grown quieter. The sound came from somewhere below the hall, below, or perhaps behind one of the corridors that opened off the main room, corridors he had not walked, doorways he had not approached. The palace was larger than it looked from any single position within it. Each time his eye followed a passageway to its end, the end seemed a little further away than he had expected. The proportions of this place did not follow the logic of the world above, and the music rose from somewhere in that larger, unmeasured depth. It was a stringed instrument. The sound was that particular quality of vibration that belongs to a string under tension, a resonance that begins as a clear point and then spreads outward in all directions, filling whatever room it enters, softening as it fills. The traveler knew this kind of sound. He had heard it above the water, in tea houses, in the evenings of summer, carried through wooden walls into the street outside, but that was not quite what this was. This was the same instrument, played in a different medium. The entry from the old records, the text preserved and copied down through long centuries of careful hands, names the phenomenon with a simplicity that makes it more strange, not less. Shui Di Tanxian. Music beneath the water, the playing of a stringed instrument in a place below the surface, in a space that water occupies and light almost does not. Your breath is slower now. Notice how the weight of your body has settled into whatever is beneath you, how the places where you pressed down have softened. The air around you is quiet. The tradition of underwater music in the spirit courts of Chinese lore is older than any single text that records it. It appears in fragments, in passing mentions, in the marginalia of accounts that are themselves already quite old. A musician in a river palace, a zither heard rising through the water of a sacred pool, a melody that fishermen on the surface would occasionally catch, they said, a sound that seemed to travel up through the hull of the boat, arriving not in the ears, but in the chest. The scholars who copied these accounts did not always explain them. They noted them the way they noted the color of a rare mineral, or the number of legs on a creature no one living had seen. They set them down because they were there, and what they recorded suggests something interesting about the nature of sound in water. Sound travels faster in water than in air. This is the fact. But the experience reported is the opposite of what that fact might lead you to expect. Those who heard music rising from beneath the surface, through the hull, through the stone floor of a well, through a moment of stillness on the river, described the sound as arriving slowly, as if it had been on its way for a long time before it reached them, as if the notes had already been softened by their journey, had already lost their sharp edges, had been rounded by the medium through which they moved. The instrument the traveler heard was like this. Each note arrived already softened. The string was struck, or plucked in a room he could not see, in a corridor he could not name, and by the time the sound reached the great hall, it had traveled a distance that had smoothed it. It arrived like water smooth stone, not abruptly, but through the patient accumulation of small contacts. The instrument itself, in the records that mention it, is most often described as the qin, a long wooden instrument with silk strings, laid flat, played with the fingertips on a surface that rings like a hollow thing. In the world above, the qin is an instrument associated with quietness, with scholars, with the kind of person who sits alone in a room and plays not for any audience, but for the quality of the sound itself. Its music is not loud even when played at the surface of the air. Brought below the water, carried through stone and silk and the weight of everything above, it becomes something that is barely sound at all, and more a kind of presence. The traveler heard the presence of it. He did not follow it. There was no impulse to rise from the table and walk down one of those pale corridors in search of the room where the playing originated. The music did not call in that way. It did not summon or invite. It simply was, continuous, unrushed, arriving from somewhere that was not here, and that was sufficient. The host did not comment on it. The host sat as he had sat, patient, with that quality of stillness that is not blankness, but depth. The stillness of something that has been in one place long enough that it has become part of the place itself. He had not looked up when the music became audible, had not indicated by any gesture that it was unusual or notable. It was simply part of the palace's way of being. Perhaps it had always been playing. Perhaps in this place music was not an event, but a condition. There's a phrase from the old records that describes the quality of sound in spirit places beneath the water. It arrives already knowing you. The words, set down in a hand long since turned to dust, carry something untranslatable. Not that the music recognizes you, exactly, more that it has already taken your shape into account. It has already curved around the fact of you, and what reaches your ears is not raw sound, but sound that has already made room for you. The traveler sat in that room. The warmth from sources that had no visible origin continued. The 100 dishes were still. The cups held their liquid without trembling. The pale walls of the corridor beyond the doorway held their light. Not bright, not dim, but the particular softness of light that doesn't cast shadows. The music moved through all of it. Your body is heavy in the best way, the way that means rest has begun, that the day's effort is releasing from the places it was stored. Your jaw is soft, your hands are open. It moved through the jade pillars at the hall's four corners. It moved through the table's surface, arriving as the faintest vibration, less a sound now than a reminder that sound was there. It moved through the air, which was warm and unhurried, and the air gave the sound nothing to resist. This is the quality particular to music heard in this kind of place. Above the water, sound meets the world's friction. It meets the dryness of air, the hardness of wood and stone, the competing sounds of wind and human breath, and all the small collisions that the living world produces constantly. Sound up there has to push its way. It arrives carrying the evidence of its journey. Below, the friction is different. The water that surrounds the palace, pressing gently on all sides, patient, carrying the weight of distance from the surface, absorbs the edges. The notes arrive already finished, already arrived. They do not need to announce themselves. They are simply present when the ear is ready for them. The musician in the room the traveler could not find, playing in the way that old accounts describe, slowly, with long silences between notes that were not empty silences, but full ones, played in the knowledge of this, played for a room that could not see the playing, played because the palace had a room for music, and the room had a player, and the player played. There was no performance in it. That was the other thing the traveler felt, without being able to name it. The music was not addressed to him. It did not know about him, in the way that music performed for a listener always knows, always adjusts, always leans slightly toward the ear it is reaching for. This music was already happening when he arrived. It would continue after he moved on. It existed the way the palace existed, complete in itself, already finished, in no need of a witness. And there is a particular rest available in encountering something like that. Something that does not require your attention to remain what it is. Something that was prepared without you in mind, and yet welcomes you perfectly, because it is simply what it is, and you are simply what you are, and neither of you needs to adjust. The music from somewhere deeper in the palace continued, slow, soft, already softened by its long passage through stone and water and the years of playing that had gone into the musician's hands. The traveler did not count the notes. He did not follow the melody, if there was a melody. He let the sound arrive as it arrived, rounded, warm, already knowing him, already gentle. The host was still. The 100 dishes were still. The warmth was still, and deeper than the music, deeper than the room the music came from, deeper than the corridors of pale jade and the walls that held their soft light, something even quieter continued to wait, patient as the water pressing gently from all sides, patient as the stone that holds still while the river moves through it, patient as everything in this place that had been prepared long before the traveler arrived and would remain long after. There is a quality to the water surrounding the palace that the traveler has not yet named. It is not cold, it is not dark, it is not the pressing weight he might have expected when he first descended, that sense of depth accumulating around the body, of pressure building with every foot of passage. This water is something else. It is simply present, close, surrounding without demanding anything of the surrounded. He has been sitting at the table long enough now that the distinction between himself and the water beyond the palace walls has grown soft at its edges. The walls are there, pale jade, faintly lit, carrying their quiet glow, but they do not feel like a barrier so much as a membrane, a suggestion of boundary. And beyond that suggestion, the water continues in all directions, out into distances that have no name. The old texts speak of this water, not this specific palace, not this exact table with its 100 dishes still warm in the glow of a light that comes from nowhere and asks no questions, but the water itself, the nature of the water in which such places rest. This the texts record with a precision that feels almost reverent. There is a body of water known as Roshwe, the weak water, sometimes rendered as the weightless river, sometimes simply as the water that holds nothing. The texts say it lies at the far edge of the known world, beyond ranges that have no roads and rivers that have no crossings. Some records place it to the west. Others say it circles the mountain Kunlun like a moat. Others still suggest it is not a place at all, but a quality, a kind of water that appears wherever the world grows thin enough to allow it. What is certain in every account is what the weak water cannot do. It cannot bear weight. A feather placed on its surface will not float. It will pass through, slowly, without resistance, without drama, simply descending the way a sigh descends, the way a held breath finally releases. Stone sinks through it. Wood sinks through it. Even the hollow things, the things that would float on any ordinary river, pass through the weak water, as though the water has made an agreement with gravity that has nothing to do with the objects involved. And yet it is not empty. It is not a void. The texts are careful about this. The weak water is full of something, full of itself, full of the particular substance of a thing that has given up the effort of resistance. It does not resist the feather. It does not resist anything. And in that release of resistance, it becomes something that ordinary water, with its surface tension and its buoyancy and its firm opinions about what should flirt and what should not, ordinary water cannot become. Your breath is slow now if you have been here long enough. The air in this place, this deep, still, water-surrounded place, has a weight of its own that is not quite heaviness. It settles into the chest like something familiar, like the air of the room you have slept in for so long that your body knows it before your mind does. The traveler at the table feels this, though he would not have the words for it. He feels the water beyond the walls. He feels it the way you feel a large and quiet presence nearby. Not threatening, not demanding, simply there. Patient in the way that only very old things are patient. The weak water, the text suggests, has been flowing since before the mountains were placed where they stand. Before the rivers found their courses. Before the first cataloger walked the first road and set down the first description of the first peak. It was already there, at the edge of the world, being what it is. And what it is this: a medium that asks nothing. To be carried by ordinary water requires negotiation. The body must position itself, the breath must be managed, the limbs must understand when to move and when to be still. Ordinary water has preferences. It rewards certain postures and punishes others. It is generous but not unconditional. The weak water has no conditions. In the old records, the phrase used is something close to this: the water that cannot sustain even the lightest thing. But there is another way to read it, another turn the meaning will make if you hold it gently and allow it to soften. The water that releases even the lightest thing from the effort of being sustained. There is a difference. The first reading makes the weak water sound like failure, a river that cannot do what rivers do, cannot hold what rivers hold, but the second reading opens into something else entirely. A river that notices the effort inside every floating thing and quietly dissolves it. A river that says, you do not have to hold yourself up here. The holding is over. The traveler does not know the name of the water surrounding this palace. He has not asked. The host has not offered. The 100 dishes continue their warmth at the edges of the table, and the music from the deeper room continues its slow, rounded passage through the walls, and the water, whatever its name, whatever its nature, continues to press gently from all sides without asking anything in return. But the traveler feels it, the way a sleeper feels the bed, not as an object but as an agreement, as a long-standing arrangement between the body and the surface that has been waiting for it. The weight of the day, which was not a heavy day, which was in fact a very ordinary day for an ordinary man from a prefecture called Luling. That weight is somewhere outside the palace now, left at the threshold, the way a traveler leaves dusty sandals at the door. It has not disappeared. It is simply no longer here. The weak water does this, or something that shares the nature of the weak water does this, here at the edges of the palace that was prepared before any preparation was requested. In the broader tradition, the weak water appears at the borders of the lands where extraordinary things live, the lands of the immortals, the mountain gardens that float above ordinary time, the places where the great birds land and do not leave. It is not a road into those places. It is not a gate or a crossing point. It is more like a sign, a geographic fact that tells the traveler, you are near the edge of the world you have always known. The rules here are not the same, and the primary rule that changes is the rule of weight. Weight is the constant companion of the waking life, the weight of the body in the morning, asking to be lifted from the bed, the weight of the day as it accumulates, small decisions and small efforts and small frictions, each one nearly nothing, all of them together becoming something the shoulders carry without knowing they are carrying it. The weight of returning at the end, the body heavier than it was at dawn, the mind heavier too, both of them making their way back to horizontal because vertical has asked enough. The weak water receives all of this without judgment. A feather and a stone arrive the same way. slowly, without drama, settling through the water that will not hold them but will receive them. Carefully, gently, the way deep water receives everything that comes to it in time. Somewhere beyond the palace walls, the water continues in all directions. It does not matter at this depth which direction is which. The text says the weak water lies to the west of certain mountains, but west and east are surfaces of the world, directions that belong to the world of roads and distances, and the kind of travel that requires a destination. Down here, at the depth where banquets are prepared by hosts who wait with genuine pleasure for guests they have been expecting, the compass has grown quiet. There is only the water, only the warmth, only the 100 dishes and the soft light and the music from the room that cannot be found. Notice, if you are still here, still at the table, still in this deep and gently pressured place, notice how little you are holding right now. The jaw has settled, the hands have settled, the breath comes and goes without management, without effort, without the small daily work of being a body that needs to breathe. It comes because it comes. It goes because it goes. The weak water asks nothing, not even the effort of floating. The great texts were written by people who walked roads and cataloged mountains and measured distances in li, and recorded the names of creatures who lived in places human feet rarely reached. They did their work with great care. They moved through the world and they named what they found there. And at the far edge of their maps, beyond the last named mountain and the last described river, they placed the weak water, not as a warning, not as an obstacle, but as a fact. The world has an edge. At that edge, the water holds nothing. And in that holding of nothing, something restful has been present since before any of the names were written. The traveler breathes. The palace is still as it was when he arrived, as still as it was when the banquet was laid before any guest had been invited. The host is somewhere nearby, unhurried, patient, occupied with the same gentle waiting that has characterized everything about this place. The music is still arriving from the deeper room, note by note, warm and already softened, and beyond all of this, the water that holds nothing continues to turn in its wide, quiet arc at the edge of the world, receiving without asking, surrounding without pressing, being the most restful thing a thing can be, something that offers no resistance to whatever comes to rest in it. The traveler has not moved in a long time. It is difficult to say how long. The banquet has no candles that burn lower, no light that shifts from one angle to another. The cups are still full. They seem always to have been full, and the dishes still carry their warmth, though no flame is visible beneath them, no hearth nearby to account for it. Time here is not the kind that passes. It is the kind that simply is. The traveler becomes aware of this slowly, the way one becomes aware of silence, not in a single moment, but through a gradual loosening of the expectation that something will break it. He had been waiting, perhaps, without knowing he was waiting, for a next course to arrive, for the host to speak again, for the music from the far room to resolve itself into something familiar. None of these things have happened, and in the not happening, something has opened. Your breathing, too, has been changing without your noticing. Slower now, the weight of your body more present than it was a little while ago. The walls of the great hall are still there. The traveler can see them, pale, smooth, giving off their quiet light. But the precise quality of that stone, the way it was described when he first arrived, the specific coolness of its surface, these things have become less exact in his mind. The walls are pale. They give off light. That seems like enough. The corridor that led to the music room. He could picture it clearly once. Every turn, the low curve of the ceiling, the way the sound seemed to thicken as he moved toward it. Now it is simply the direction that music comes from. A corridor somewhere in that direction. A room at its end. The names of the dishes, 100 names, each offered with care. These too have softened. There were flavors that had names from provinces far above the waterline, names that spoke of mountain passes and river estuaries and drying winds. He had held those names for a time. They are still there somewhere, but they sit more loosely now. The flavors remain, a sweetness that was not quite like any sweetness from the world above, a warmth that seemed to begin at the center of the chest, rather than the tongue. These things are still with him. He reaches for a cup, and does not exactly remember reaching for it. It is simply in his hand. The host is somewhere at the far end of the table. The traveler can sense him, that patient presence, that warmth that requires nothing. But the face, which was distinct once, which had the quality of being seen and remembered, has grown gentle, in a way that faces grow gentle at a great distance, not absent, not unclear, just wider somehow, more settled, as if the face itself is resting. The host does not need to speak again. What was said has already been said, and it was enough. You are expected. The table is set. You are welcome here. There is nothing to do but be present, and being present has become the easiest thing. Your jaw is soft. Your hands are still. The darkness behind your eyes is not empty. It has a warmth, a depth, something that feels like it was there before you arrived. The music continues. It is harder to say what it sounds like now. Earlier there were strings, a melody, a pattern that could be followed. Now there is the sound of music, the feeling of it. Moving through the water, the way warmth moves through stone, slowly, from deep within. Not a melody exactly, more like the memory of a melody. More like the way you know a song is familiar before you can name it. The traveler has stopped trying to name it. The palace continues around him. The corridors are still there, leading to rooms he has not visited. Rooms that may or may not contain anything. Rooms that have simply always been part of this place. The jade pillars stand in their pale symmetry. The floor holds him without effort. The light from the walls does not flicker. None of this requires his attention. It will all continue whether he watches it or not. There is something deeply restful about a place that does not depend on being witnessed. The mountain above the waterline is the same way. It stands whether anyone sees it, whether the road through it is walked or not. The weak water at the edge of the world moves in its wide arc, whether any traveler comes to its shore. These things were not made for audience. They were made for themselves, out of whatever deep impulse makes a world build the things it builds, and they will go on long past the need for names. The traveler feels this, not as a thought, exactly, more as a loosening of something that had been held slightly tight without his knowing. The need to catalog, the need to understand what he is looking at, the need to hold the name of a thing in order to trust that it is real. The palace is real, the banquet is real, the host is real, somewhere at the far end of a long, warm table. And the traveler is here. That is all. The dishes have no names now. They are warm. They carry something nourishing. One of them is slightly sweet. One has the quality of a thing that came from a great depth, a flavor that is patient, unhurried, as if it had waited for exactly this moment to be tasted. The cup holds something that is neither warm nor cool, or perhaps both, a temperature that matches the body so precisely it is impossible to feel the surface of it. The traveler does not need to finish the cup. He does not need to finish anything. The banquet does not require completion. It was prepared for presence, not for performance. Your body knows this. Your body has been settling into it since you arrived at this shore, since the water first parted without resistance, since the light from below drew your gaze downward and did not let it go. The host has not moved. The music has not stopped. The room is the same room it was. Only the attention has changed, released from its habits of focus, drifting now in the way that warm air drifts through a corridor when all the doors are open and there is no wind to make it move in any particular direction. Just drifting, following warmth toward warmth. The traveler's eyes are heavy. They would be heavy. They have been open a long time. There was so much to see, so much to try to hold, and now the seeing has grown quieter, the holding has grown lighter, and something beneath the seeing and the holding is still there, still present, needing nothing from him. The palace holds him the way the water held him on the way down, without effort, without asking anything of the body it carries. The light from the walls is the same light it has always been. Soft, sourceless, warm. The far end of the table is somewhere in that light. The music is somewhere in that light. The host's quiet patience is somewhere in that light. And the traveler is here, at the table, in the light, in the palace that was built before he arrived and will remain after he has rested, at the banquet that was set and will stay set, among the cups that are always full, and the warmth that has no source and no need for one. He does not need to take another step. The road above the water is still there. It will be there later. The world above has its mountains and its rivers and its names for things, and all of that will be there, patient and unchanged, whenever it is needed again. For now the table is set. For now the palace is still. For now there is only the soft light and the distant music, and the feeling of being in a place that prepared itself for your arrival long before you knew you were coming. The table is still set. It was set before he came, and it remains set now. And there is no difference between those two moments. The before and the now have grown quiet with each other, the way a river and its bank grow quiet after long years of keeping company. The cups are full. They don't require tending. They have always been full. That is the nature of this place. Not abundance through effort, but abundance that was already here, waiting in the cool and the dim, patient as stone. The traveler rests. He doesn't sleep in the way that a body sleeps on solid ground, with the weight of the day pressing down. He rests the way water rests, still at the surface, still in the deep, still all the way through, with no part of him working to remain this way. The palace continues. The corridors of pale jade carry their soft light from one end to the other, and no one walks them now, and they are no less themselves for the absence of footsteps. A room lit by a source that cannot be named stays lit. The warmth that has no origin continues to arrive from no direction and every direction, filling the space between ceiling and floor, between column and column, between one breath and the next. Your own breath has slowed. You may have noticed this without noticing it. The way the chest rises and settles, and the settling takes a little longer each time. and the rising asks a little less effort each time. And somewhere in that rhythm, the body has made a quiet decision about where it is going and how slowly it intends to arrive. The music is still there. Not louder, not closer. It has found its distance and it keeps it. A stringed instrument in a room that cannot be found, playing something that may not be a song so much as the sound the song leaves behind after the playing has stopped. It moves through the water of the walls. The host has returned to wherever hosts go when the guest has settled in. There was no departure to mark. He was present, and then the room was gently full of his absence. And the absence is not empty. It is warm. It has the texture of a room in which someone kind has recently been sitting. The banquet does not end. The 100 dishes remain as they were, the colors of them deep and warm in the dim light. The steam that rose and rose without diminishing. The smell of things that have no name in the language of the world above the water. Things that are only themselves, only here, only now. The road above the water goes on. Somewhere above all of this, the surface catches what light the moon provides. Somewhere above the surface, a road continues through a landscape of mountains and rivers and names for things. The names are patient. The mountains are patient. They will be exactly where they were. There is no need to return to them tonight. The palace was prepared for this, for the long rest after the long road, for the stillness after the walking, for the moment when a traveler who had not known he was expected discovers that he was expected all along, and that the discovery requires nothing more of him than to remain. You are remaining. The weight of your body has settled into what holds it. The space behind your eyes is dark in the way that deep water is dark, not empty, but full of a darkness that is itself a kind of rest, a kind of covering, a kind of home. The palace is patient. It has held this light for longer than the word long can carry. It will hold it longer still. The jade of the pillars does not tire. The soft corridors do not require maintenance. The warmth that fills the rooms will fill them through the night, through every night, through nights that have not arrived yet, and will not need to be built when they come. They will simply be here as this one is here, already laid, already warm, already ready. The traveler's hands have gone still. They rest where they rest. They do not remember what they were carrying. Whatever it was, it has been set down somewhere along the way, in one of the soft corridors, near one of the columns of pale stone, and it will be there if it is ever needed, and it may not be needed. The music drifts, the light holds, the cups remain full, and no one is drinking, and no one needs to drink, because the fullness itself is the gift. The fact of the cup ready, the fact of the table set, the fact of the place that shaped itself around your coming before you knew you were on your way. This is where you are going, not by plan, not by intention, but the water opened and the light appeared and the warmth of a room that had been waiting a long time came forward to meet you, and here you are. The host had already said what needed to be said. How fortunate you have come. The palace holds that sentence still. It has settled into the walls, into the warm, dim air, into the space between the pillars, and it continues to mean what it meant when it was spoken, and it will mean it tomorrow, and it does not require your attention to go on meaning it. The light is soft, and it will remain soft, and somewhere the music continues in its distant room, and the palace goes on being what it is, patient, prepared, complete, while the traveler rests, while the water holds, while the night above the surface and the stillness below it keep their long and quiet company.